Hello, welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here with session number 45 of Beneath the Vanished Shadow, a game that has been ongoing now for 5 years. We are now entering the 5th year of this campaign. Started off as Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. We have since switched to Cortex Prime, at least in name. At least. So, some days we get a little closer than others, but we're gonna try our best. Tonight's session is titled Kith and Kin. This is an Arthurian themed setting, based largely on the legends of Arthur, as well as English and Germanic folklore, kind of all rolled in together and then painted with a Jeremy brush. So yeah. This takes place in a homebrew world of mine known as Rosfine, in particular the kingdom of Vykaril. I'm really excited to be getting to what we have this evening. I know I'm not the only one. Before we get things started, there's just a few things that I want to touch base on. The first of which is, if foul language and mature subject matter are problems for you, if they bother you, then this is not a great game for you to watch. It's probably not a good idea for you to be on this channel at all. Shame on you. But if those things don't bother you, then come on in. Water's fine. I also want to thank both of our artists, Rachel Ayers and Augusto. Rachel was the artist that I worked with to design most of the house shields that you'll see kind of on and off throughout the rest of the game. She was fantastic to work with, and she did an incredible job. So thank you, Rachel. Augusto is the artist that Steve hired to make these gorgeous the artwork for the PCs that we see also on the overlay here. He likewise did a tremendous job. It was a really cool thing to see characters that we have been playing for such a long time represented in something that was utterly unique, that had never existed before these characters did, which was a really cool feeling. Okay. So, yes. On the break and at the end of the game, you will also hear two pieces of music that were written by Josh, our fellow player, who hopefully will be joining us at some point this evening. He wrote Shield Sister, which you'll hear on the break, and the last that you'll hear at the end, the other song is called Swordbreaker. Sit tight whenever those things come around and give those a listen. Anybody that mentions a channel or any kind of place where you might be able to find them, you should find the link for that in the description of this video. If you find something that is missing, please drop a comment and let me know, and I will fix that as soon as I possibly can. Okay, I think we're good to go. I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can introduce themselves, tell you where you may be able to find them on the internet, any projects that they want to promote, talk about, and then we're going to get this thing started. So we're going to start with Karen.
Hello, everyone. I'm Karen, also known as Myth and Gears. What do I say? My channel is dark, so we don't want to go there, but I can be found here, and when I'm not here, I'm over at the Twitch on Mini Terrain Domain, and you should come there on Tuesday. We have our Sky Metal game. It's going to be pretty fun. Hopefully we don't all die again like that happened 2 sessions ago. So it's an awesome game. It's really tough. Looking forward to that. Also looking very forward to this game, because who doesn't like a little bit of woe in their lives, right?
Indeed. Y'all just switched systems in that game too, in the one on Jake's channel, right? Y'all switched back to 5e?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. Yeah, TPK is a good point to do that. So
yeah, it was pretty much that was 15 minutes. What are we gonna do now?
They were playing 2nd edition Pathfinder, weren't you? I think.
Yeah, we were. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there was no punches pulled. It was pretty brutal. It was
that is
pretty
Vi.
quick. pretty quick. brutal fight, and that was that. And so, but we're kind of looking at it as if that the 4 sessions that we had with those characters, that was the prologue to the actual campaign, which is what we're now
there you
doing.
go.
Yeah.
Just kidding. Here's the real thing. Oh, that's smart. I know a little bit about first edition Pathfinder. I played it a couple of times, and I played a lot of third edition D&D, so the two of them are very, very similar to one another. But I know next to nothing about second edition Pathfinder at all. So
I made a character and it was fun, but it took a long time to figure out how to make that character from start to finish.
Yeah, it was pretty daunting, honestly, like trying to make the characters. And
I've heard it's pretty crunchy.
Yeah,
The system.
it's not a bad system. Like, it's a good system, so don't get us wrong. But we were just all kind of struggling with it because we're all trying to learn a bunch of new systems, and then having that, and then Vi was just like, I can't keep running this.
I know what you mean.
You're right.
Like, I love this system. I think that this system is amazing, but every time I get in the ring with it, I feel like I get my ass whooped. So, everybody is going to get to see another ass whooping this evening. I'm sure.
I think you're doing a great job.
Thank you. It's very kind of you to say. Speaking of doing a great job, next up we have Baron.
Thanks. I'm Baron. I don't really do much online. You might catch me here and there. Here, or wherever my wayward shoes take me. Happy to be back as Sir Masaka Tord, who is so far from home that I don't even remember what it looks like. Like a foal corralled away by wolves, I am left to the elvish kind alone. Where I may have inaccurately assumed they all hated me, but really it was just Ari's first impression that made me believe elves hated orcs. They're really nice and kind of artistic, and we're learning a lot of things.
He's even starting to get accustomed to the food, from my understanding.
Turns out there is actually a larger assortment of things at the next table.
Perfect, man. Yeah. It's amazing to watch that part in your transition that you have every time where you go from introducing yourself as Baron and then you put on Tord's voice. And yeah.
I gotta find it. It's in there, but I gotta find it every time.
Understood. It's like riding a bike at this point, though. After 5 years, it's just kind of like...
It's like looking through the manila folders, and it's like, oh, there we go.
Like a rap sheet, maybe. Speaking of rap sheets, next up we have Eli.
Yo, my name is Eli, and I'm here to play. Nice to see everybody tonight. I am zonked from a weekend at the Ren Fair, so gonna be having some great energy this evening. I just know it. And I'm going to be playing Sir John Lightnor, Knight of the Realm, of course, and always down for a good time. Just happy to be up here in these northern forests and to see what kind of shenanigans we can get up to. Good, clean shenanigans, of course. Wouldn't want to ruin any international relations. So, yeah, let's see where it goes.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Yeah, I think we're all feeling a little punchy this evening, so it's going to be real professional around here, like it usually is. Yeah. All right, speaking of a real professional, last but certainly not least, we have Steve.
Right, professional. I'm glad y'all are feeling punchy. I just feel punched. Oh, there's a difference. Oh, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, I play Dane, who won't be asking any questions or doing anything that sounds fun, or like he'll answer questions or promote kindness between myself and Ari. Instead, I will just be standing here, not doing anything, because I'm tired of eating silverware and also being scolded. If I wanted that, I would have stayed home with my mom. So We'll see, but I'm excited to play. I will be stepping away occasionally, but just to tackle some more live stuff. But yeah. So let's do this thing, I guess, right?
Hell to the yeah. I'm happy that you're here, man. Thank you for joining us this evening. And yeah, if you have to step away, no worries. No problems whatsoever. Like I said, hopefully Josh will be joining us here in a moment. But we're going to go ahead and get things rolling, and then we will juggle windows and such if and when he is able to join us. So, unless there are no further questions, then I think we can go ahead and get started. All right, let's play some... I almost said D&D. Let's play some Cortex Prime. Whether it is born of blood or by tribe, a cherished relationship's power grows from the seed of trust. The trust we place in one another to protect each other's vulnerabilities. We cannot form a powerful bond with someone if we cannot first open ourselves up to them. And by that very act of extending access to the rawest parts of ourselves, we prove that we are worthy of that person's trust in return, and are granted stewardship of the most guarded parts of their soul. It stands to reason, then, with our hearts laid utterly open and unguarded, that when someone we trust wounds us, it is always their blade that cuts the deepest. We rejoin the Sword of Vykaril in the heart of Elvendon, north of Ginden's Wall, north even of the Umberwood. You are in a place where life abounds around you. The harmony, the tranquility that is present here is a sharp juxtaposition to the things developing back home in the kingdom of Vykaril. You have been here for maybe 2 days at this point, give or take. And you recently discovered an individual who needed your help, an elf, an Elkiern elf in particular, one of the wood elves that live in this part of the forest, had fallen into a sinkhole and had broken her back. Her name is Marethalin, and she has hit it off with Dane. The two of them have seemed awkwardly flirty, and perhaps a little disarmed or taken with one another. So, in exchange for the kindness that you have shown her in not only rescuing her from the sinkhole that she was in, but also healing her of her broken back, she has somewhat insisted that you travel with her back to her village, the village of the Velathi, so that she can properly repay and thank you. Is there anything that anybody is saying or doing after you break camp this morning and begin making your way towards this Elkiern village? Sounds like a quiet morning, perhaps. Maybe. No.
I'm kind of letting the two Dane and I put her name. Well, you just said it, and I can't remember.
Her name is Marathalin. I'll put it in our chat.
Marathalin. I'm kind of letting them just be together kind of thing, and not kind of disturbing them at all. Meanwhile, carrying, I guess, like following behind, because Marathlin would be leading us where we're going.
So when her and Dane aren't talking with one another, she tends to gravitate towards you, Ari. You being one of the only other people in the group that speaks Elven, as she does not speak Divinian, the common language. She tends to gravitate towards you whenever Dane seems too awkward between them to continue conversing with. So she will come up beside you, and after a moment of kind of awkwardly standing there and seeing, maybe testing the water or seeing how she can broach the subject, she says, "Have you traveled with the humans for long?" You're muted.
Of course I am, because we're professionals here.
Like I said, it's a quiet morning.
Well, to be honest, it hasn't actually been that long in time, but it has felt like I've known them for a very long time. We've gone through much.
Have you seen them age? Like, gain grey to their hair or to their beards?
Well, not yet. They're still young for them. Well, most are. But I have watched Lord Eddard grow from a wee lad.
Must be so strange to see it happen so fast.
Yes, it's Ari kind of gets a little bit quiet when she starts thinking about time and how quickly they age. It is, but when you're around them all the time, you don't notice it so much. It's when you leave and come back that you do.
She nods like she understands what you're talking about, but you get the impression that she probably doesn't. She kind of looks towards Dane and then looks back to you. He seems to be the youngest. He must be 70, 80?
Dane? I would put him at more 15 sons,
15
maybe 16.
years?
I
She, like, visibly blushes. Oh,
that's almost a man for them.
It's just like a child. Oh.
On the cusp of adulthood.
I see. And you've been to their cities?
Yes. Great, bustling crowds amongst stone. Lots of mud and really shit everywhere.
She kind of wrinkles her nose in disgust. I've heard that the smell is very difficult to get off.
Yeah. Again, if you've traveled a lot, you start to start to forget the smell. You get used to it, I guess.
Oh, I could never. She
on-
shakes her head.
Don't say never. It happens. But that's why I've got this. And she kind of rumbles in her pack and she pulls out some elven herbs and stuff that she The others probably have never really noticed or cared about what she's done, but she usually uses those when they're at camp to kind of freshen up her little area a little bit.
She, knows what each of them is by name, which, is not surprising for an elf. She's able to see what you have. Oh, this would be very good, I could see, against some of the smells. Maybe the horses?
This one goes by my pillows, by my roll at night.
I see. Well, seems like you prepared.
I've been on the road for a fairly long time. You get used to it.
And do they fight one another in the streets with swords, cutting each other down constantly, like they say they do?
No. That is just a story. Rumors. There's tales to frighten children, but no, they do fight each other. That's true, but usually it's either for a tournament and it's in designated areas, and it's all really for fun. But then, I mean, like us too, they go to war, but it's not common. At least it hasn't been.
She nods, as trying to take in this information from the source, as far as she is concerned. Well, you must be very relieved to be back in the forest, the real forest.
I have been away for so long. It feels good. It feels good. I've missed it. But you can see that that probably Ari is not as relaxed as she could be, like how she's her words don't necessarily match how her body language at this moment. She seems still pretty tense.
She notices this, and she kind of places a hand on your shoulder lightly, and just says, "Welcome home." And then she'll kind of turn to leave you with your thoughts. At some point, she winds up walking next to Dane again. Perhaps maybe where Dane is leading his horse, or riding it through, a place that has a little bit of a more open space for the horses to be able to actually maneuver. She kind of, there's a moment where she's quiet, similar to whenever she started just speaking with Ari, but this silence is entirely different. She's kind of like using her hand to kind of like rub up and down one forearm, and then she's kind of switching. It's very obvious that she is.
Are you cold?
Nervous. Me? Oh no. No, I'm not cold.
Yeah, I guess that's a silly question. You guys are probably. Well, I say you guys. That's a bad way. Elves are probably accustomed to more natural stuff, right? Like maybe being out, you don't get cold as easy, or hot as easy, or tired. But I just confused. I saw you, doing this, and I thought maybe you were.
Oh, no, maybe just that I laid in that sinkhole for so long, just a little sore, maybe.
I would have thought my healing magic would have fixed that. I'm sorry.
Oh no. Your magic was wonderful. I think it healed everything. Well, it's just you. So you've been alive for 15 years or so. she says very awkwardly.
Or so. 16, almost 17 actually. Coming up here in the springtime.
It's quite young.
Well, I guess that all depends on how you look at it, right? If you're like you and Ari and just live forever, then sure. But if you're like
We don't live
Tord,
forever.
right. But like Tord, I'm sure he knows this. I never actually asked him, but I mean, most of the time they don't live to be like 40, 50.
She kind of
So,
stares at you.
What are you guys
agape.
talking about over here?
How
the
many
difference?
are you, like 10, 11? She says in Elvish, directly at Tord. Oh, he doesn't speak Elven, does he?
Sometimes, mostly in his sleep. It's
She
very
slows down.
strange.
How old are you? Still in Elven.
I feel like she's talking to me like I'm a child.
Yes. Well, she just asked if you were 10 years old, if that helps.
He like kind of tosses back his hair.
I was always told I looked rather young. Dashing, really.
What did he say?
How old are you, Tori?
Hmm. 20-some cycles.
That makes sense. I would have guessed 22, 25.
I would bet that all three of us combined are not even half of Ariana's age.
Don't think you're supposed to talk about that. At least that's what my mom told me.
I don't think it applies to elvish women.
Ari,
I
would
don't
you be
know.
offended if everyone here thought you were old?
But I'm not old.
No, but if they thought you were mistakenly.
Do I look old?
No. All right, she's offended. I shouldn't have asked.
How old are you, Ari?
Don't ask things like that. I just told him that.
Well, I can't tell. She looks young to me.
Right. You look like you're 25
Hey, I'm 25.
Now,
or so.
I think when you say she looks like she's 25, she looks offended.
Wow. Right.
Yeah, like there is definitely
100?
the offense.
2,500? No.
Just 1 second.
6,025 10 minutes.
Come to think of it, we might not even be a quarter of her age.
No, I think she's probably. I think in real years she's probably about 103. That's my guess.
I'm gonna say she's close to 100. I can't. So she's 100.
Yeah.
Sure. That works.
Yeah. But that's got to be like 25ish, right? Because I mean,
Probably. What I know for certain is that my great aunt lived to be 105.
right? But she wasn't
That is
like.
absolutely insane.
But she
Ari
wasn't
looks
climbing
much
through
younger
trees
than
and
she did.
shooting arrows and punching people in the face with her foot.
I'm just saying, with like our level of, standardized medicine, 105 is incredible.
You're not wrong.
So I look back to. Sorry.
Yeah, she looks
so-
completely bewildered because I
Yeah, I
imagine the
think-
majority of that was all in Divinian.
That was all
So-
in Divinian. I think Ari at some point has turned to her and just says something like kind of derogatory in Elven under her breath, because they're now, and then lets her know that they're talking about age, and they're just like, Ari is like over this conversation.
So also in Elven,
I didn't mean to
I'll go
cause a problem.
Yeah, well, I didn't know. I didn't think that elves would be as sensitive as Ari is about age. Like my mom was, but she's human. That's one of
You said I was 25. I looked like I was 25. There's babes barely walking at 25.
right.
So you
But
think I'm a baby is what you're saying.
Well, I mean, only one of us in this moment is throwing a temper
And
tantrum.
I was nice. I was saying you are almost an adult, but no, you have to go and say this.
No, so
there you have it.
The
She turns
look-
to elf to the right hand.
but the way people are perceived is always going to be in the perception that they're used to, right? Like she thought I must be older. That's why she's so shocked to find out that I'm so young.
Which is why I tried to explain that you're almost an adult.
Right.
And here
but
you're trying to
but-
tell everyone that
but-
I'm yet a babe.
No, I said you look like you're 25.
Like,
which
I look
for-
like I'm a babe.
but
Well, where's the
for-
difference?
because for humans, that's in their peak. So you were expressing a kindness to me, and I was doing the same to you. I guess I won't do that anymore. Win it.
So Angorians actually age or count our age by the number of scars we have. So I'm actually like a 1,764.
Lord Marethalin doesn't
That's-
have any scars, and I'm telling you, if Ari is over 100, then Marethalin must be what, 72? I don't know.
You know, I've never really stopped to worry about how old everybody was or is. Sometimes I worry about how old we will be.
Knights, it doesn't usually become a problem.
Right, right. You either get cut down in your prime or drink yourself into a stupor when you don't get cut down in your prime.
So, let's hope for the former.
Lorethalin looks to Ari again. They really do like to talk about age. I guess it's quite a large problem whenever you live so well. Well, she kind of like doesn't finish the question.
Right, right. No, that makes good sense. It is a big problem for us because we don't live for a long time. Right. So being able to take control of your own life and lead a life and maybe you end up with a family or whatever, you know, when you're 17 or 18 or 20 years old, like that's what we have to do. We don't have time to sit around and talk to acorns.
She like
And-
snorts laughter.
Wait, you know, it would be great, I guess. I mean, I wouldn't want to be the only human that lived that long. Because then I have to watch everybody. That's gotta suck for y'all. I didn't think about that. No wonder you're so mean to other people.
She looks kind of like wounded.
Well, not you specifically, Ari specifically, but elves in general. I guess it's hard to understand the brashness and the flash in the pan that humans must be because you can't get too close. Because if you get too close, what? We die in the same time that you write a poem?
She seems kind of like at a loss for words. I've
That's morose. Well,
I've never known any humans before.
on the bright side, I'm still pretty young, so you know, if you want to stay in touch somehow when this is all said and done, I should still be around for another 40 years, 50 years, maybe even 86 if I live to be as old as Sir John's
My
relatives.
grandmother.
I was going to say nursemaid, and I don't know why.
No. She lived to be pretty old, but not 105.
So there we have it.
She kind of nods again, as if this entire conversation has maybe taught her something. She might know more than she did before, but largely that's probably come with a healthy side of confusion. Well,
If she glances towards Ari during this whole conversation where Dane was talking about the difference in lives and how things pass, and it's kind of very blunt, I think she would notice at some point that Ari is she's retreated into herself and she's very stiff, and being an elf, she could notice that Ari is trying very hard to keep some emotion in check.
So, are there a lot of elves?
oh, I don't know how many elves there are here in these woods, but there are many, to be sure. I would suspect a few thousand at least. Maybe as many as 10 or 20,000.
I'm like, what's like the population of like the capital? Like our capital.
Of Vykaril?
Yeah. Well, not now,
Probably.
but you know, prior to.
Yeah, I would say Malrich probably has a population. God, I don't know what would be accurate. It's probably close to 100,000 people.
Right.
I don't know if that's periodly accurate for a city like London at that time, but a rough equivalent of what that would have been kind of during the medieval ages. Steve with his lightning Google skills here.
Yeah, I'm really curious now.
Yeah, I completely pulled that figure out of my ass. So
it says in 1100 there's only 15,000 people, but then by 1300 it grown to 80,000 people, and would continue to see a normal that type of increase. So that's
okay, not unheard
yeah,
of.
so, yeah. Well, very cool. Oh, wow.
Is that a lot or less than you expected?
I don't know. I'll be honest. Until I met Ari and Tord and even Sir John to a certain point, I had never thought about any of these things, elves or knights or out in concrete terms. I knew they existed, but it's, I guess, it's like standing in a garden of beautiful flowers. You don't normally think, I wonder how many chrysanthemums there are, or how many roses there are. You just enjoy them for their existence. And it's bothersome that I asked that, because now I know that there's a finite number, and that I guess it just makes everything more real. Sorry. I also told Ari I try to not be so sour.
A finite number of beautiful flowers. She kind of like reiterates what you said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She smiles, kind of trying to hide the fact that this has pleased her.
But anyway, so
no, I think I understand what your meaning is. It's special whenever you find someone that you wish to spend more time with. That's special to you somehow.
Well, yes, yeah. Sure. Um, I mean, that's definitely, I guess, part of it. Maybe. I mean, I would always like more time with the people who are special to me. Yeah, doing what we've been doing for the relatively short time that we've been doing this, it's really sort of brought to light like how quickly that time can be over. But we've dodged the arrow a few times. Yeah. Sir John almost didn't have more time with his father, and well, his father's alive. He doesn't have any more time with him, but that's because he's off saving the world. And
You're saying that in Elvish, right?
yeah,
Okay.
probably. And same with Tord, and it's. I don't think it's been lost on any of us, the sort of limited span that we're going to be here, naturally or unnaturally. And so, I don't know. Maybe it's a little reassuring or heartening or pleasing, or maybe it sounds silly, right? Only being like 16, almost 17, to say that I'm proud of these people that are so much older than me, some of them way older than me. But each of them has been met with something that could have kept them where they were, to spend time with those people that are special to them. And yet here we are, walking through the woods, eating sticks, trying to save the world.
But
we get to meet nice people like you.
She smiles again. But you are special to one another.
Oh yes, very much so. As much as we fuss and I whine and moan and Ari keeps secrets and Sir John prattles, and it's not really a negative about Tord like that though. But I mean, he snores.
I think actually Tord like trips and like stumbles into something and it like knocks it all over and like just makes a large mess.
Yeah, he tries to catch himself on a tree that's like rotten
Just
on the inside. It just
knocks 3 trees over.
Perfect.
But I mean, they're all special. And I think that they would say the same thing about anybody else that we travel with.
But that's why you help each other. Because you're special to each other.
We help each other because it's the type of people we are. We put up with each other and would miss it if we weren't putting up with each other, because we're special to each other.
She nods again. However, this time seems to be like the first genuine nod of understanding that you've seen throughout this conversation from her. She says, "It's good to know that there are some things that are universal."
Art, love, misery. I can think of those 3. Stories. Edgar's very good at stories. So when we get to your village, if you'll forgive me for not just talking to everybody and asking them a million questions and telling everybody how amazing it is, but I'm sure it will be. I told Ari I wouldn't, so I won't. But it's nothing against you or your village or anything like that. I'm just trying not to embarrass her.
No,
Yes.
I understand. We all experience things differently, but undoubtedly, you will be touched by the beauty of Elathi. I know it.
Well, I look forward to being touched.
She completely misses the the incidental question mark euphemism.
I mean, in fairness, Dane misses it too. So
Okay. You wander on like this, more or less, for the better part of the day. Before you start to find yourself in a slightly different part of the forest. You start to see some trees that are kind of shaped a little differently. And you can see from Marathalin, her demeanor changes slightly. She becomes a little more alert, almost like she's looking for trail signs, landmarks, that kind of thing. And she starts to get the kind of energy that a person gets whenever they realize that home is just around the corner. You know, that they're in that last leg of the journey coming home. And then you start to kind of see signs of civilization. And it's a strange thing. In Vykaril, in the kingdom itself, you come over a hill and there's a massive stone wall built around a village. Plumes of smoke rising up into the air. It leaves an indelible stamp, a very visible mark on the land around it. This is more of a subtle falling away of layers. Like, you kind of notice these subtle hints at first, and then you start realizing, oh, wait a second, that's not just a tree. That's a tree that has had something done to the way that it's grown to serve a purpose. There are these hanging crystals that you're guessing at night likely glow with light for visibility. And eventually you realize that you're almost already amid homes. You see a cascading waterfall kind of some distance ahead, and all around you are these homes that have been grown into these oddly shaped kind of bulbous trees. And as the light of day starts to kind of fade, the village of Elathi around you kind of grows into life by the various forms of lantern and torchlight all around. How are each of you reacting to kind of stumbling almost into this elven village?
I have this vision of like the crossing of the bridge in Spirited Away, where like all the things are starting to illuminate and like you don't catch it at first, and Tor's just kind of getting like wrapped up in the mystique of it all.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really think the Angorian folk have tree houses. And so he's
Definitely not.
probably just kind of caught slack-jawed. Just kind of.
Yeah, I mean, if this is drastically different from Vykarilian like architecture and city design, I would imagine that like Angorian architecture and design would almost be like the other direction from this on the spectrum of difference from Vykaril design. So this is even further than what you've grown accustomed to from the humans. There's no shortage of people who are watching you enter. All of them elven. All of them kind of dressed in mostly earthen tones. Greens, browns, blacks, grays. Any color, red or blues, would be fairly muted, almost to the point of kind of being desaturated. But the clothing is very well crafted, very tailored to their form. Seems to be both a piece of beauty and functionality. But they all seem to eye you with a great curiosity. Not a single one of them approaches you, however.
I think right, sort of like stumbling into here, there's a couple of times that Dane starts to go, "Hey, what?" and has to like stop himself from like moving towards whatever it is and beginning to pester that person or that tree with questions, or pestering Ari or Mirthlin. But at some point, he does pull out this book, his fairy tale book, and opens it up to a page where some of the art is very similar to this. Not quite on point, but you can definitely like see why Dan is excited because this is so close to some of the stories he's read.
You even see a few of these individuals who do appear to be armed. Several of them carry swords. Several of them, many of them carry bows. Several of them even have shields. But, and again, like they watch you pass, but none of it seems to be like they're on alert to your presence. It's more of definitely a curiosity of, who you are, or what you could possibly be doing here.
I think Sir John, as he's coming along, I think the village kind of sneaks up on him in a way, like he sees the buildings and he's kind of like, oh, okay, we're on the outskirts, and then he realizes eventually, like, oh no, this is the thing. And when he sees that there are people who are armed and not particularly alarmed or anything, but also not approaching them, I think it kind of triggers his tactical mind. And so he's kind of looking around and he's like, well, what is the defensive assessment of this place? Like, where could people take a stand or whatever? And how might they fight compared to what we see in Vykaril?
So there does not seem to be much in the way of like a logistical defense system in place here. And judging by the way that most of the individuals seem to be armed, it seems like their style of combat would not be pitched battle. It seems like it would be a lot more of guerrilla tactics, hitting and running. They definitely seem to specialize in lighter warfare, I guess is a good way to put it. I have a picture pages. Come on, paint your picture pages. This is kind of what some of what you quickly start to realize is kind of the guard. There's not really much in the way of like a uniform. It's all very ad hoc, probably gives the wrong impression. Much of the Oh my goodness. Wrong button. Much of the arms and the armament and things like that seems to be very well taken care of, very purposeful, but it does not seem to be intended to match, if that makes sense.
Sure. Yeah. I think at one point I kind of sense that Dane is having a hard time holding his tongue with the strangers. So I'm maybe riding beside him, and I haven't said much yet, but I point over. I don't even really gesture over it. I'm like, Dane, do you notice these guards? They carry shield and sword, but no armor. What manner of fighting do you suppose that creates?
It's very quick and silent. Like in the stories, right? They would wait till like early morning or evening, and they would be able to slink into camps that far outnumbered them before people ever got close to the city walls. You know how we just sort of stumbled in here? Well, before they could get to the point where they stumbled in here, before they probably even saw the lights, like these warriors, they would go out there and well, I guess maybe it might sound dishonorable, but there was a lot of uh, while people were sleeping. It's very effective.
Brutally efficient, it sounds. But even silence with a long shield like that one?
Something about the way you can turn it so that when the branches are raking against it, or moving through it, it just sounds like trees on trees.
Fascinating.
And I sort of hold the book. It is.
You speak Elvish, right?
With an accent, apparently.
I have no doubt. Well, perhaps you shall be my interpreter, and we can put some of these questions to rest later.
I'll have to ask Ari.
Ari? Oh, well, sometimes. Well, we'll talk about it later. He kind of looks over at Ari and he's like, yeah, not here.
Speaking of Ari, what is Ari's reaction to entering this Elkiran village?
So I think less than everybody else, where she's like stumbles into it. She kind of already knew it was coming because I think she would have picked up on the signs, having kind of lived around and knowing elven customs as much as she does. But she's still, as she gets into the town proper, she's looking around at all the buildings that are around and how many there are amongst the trees. And I think one of the things she turns and asks Marathalin, do you all live above ground?
She seems a little confused at first. And then she kind of like procs to what you're saying. Oh, your Cyrodiil, of course. Yes, the Elkiran tend to make our homes in the trees, above ground, not amongst the roots, in the branches, in the trunks, like here in Vilathi.
Is that not dangerous, for lack of a better word? You're
Dangerous?
so exposed.
Why? Against what dangers?
Those that would mean you harm.
Who would be foolish enough to come here threatening us?
And you feel safe, just, well, I guess. I mean,
She kind
obviously you do.
of shrugs. I cannot confess that I would understand what it would be like to live underground. That would seem so... I would feel trapped. Cut off from the sunlight and the fresh air.
I find it comforting and safe. You know, you probably have more in common with humans than you thought.
She again kind of wrinkles her nose a little at this. I doubt that very much.
Anyways,
Well, please come this way. She kind of like ushers you again, and she is calling out to people and saying, good morning and how are you, and yes, I've returned and it's good to see you, and she's kind of somewhat reveling in the by proxy fame that she's kind of getting by bringing you into the village. It's very obvious that all of you are getting a lot of attention, and she is kind of somewhat soaking in the scraps of that, if you will. And at some point, you will find yourselves before an elven individual who has the look of a warrior, is armed but is not currently does not have their weapons drawn, but he stands before you and looks a little menacing, a little dour. His body language has a little bit more of a defensive posture than you've kind of seen so far in the village. But he just kind of stands, not blocking your path, but just like waiting to be addressed. Marathelin kind of takes you over in his direction, and kind of warmly greets him and says, "This is Norinor. He's the hand of the Valathi." Again, in Elven. It is his responsibility, his honor, to be charged with the decisions for the Elkin Guard. He would be most eager to speak with you.
I think is he like right there when she's talking?
Probably 40, 50 feet away.
Okay. I think Ari would approach him and would stop about 15 feet away from him and then do this gesture where she kind of pounds on her one chest, like her left chest, and then straight into her hand upright like a tree, kind of almost like militarily precise.
He'll return the gesture in mannerism, but not in the same sharpness. You are Kirodel.
Aye.
It has been some time since I've seen one of you.
We are not around much. We tend to keep at home. Or not seen. Thank you for accepting us here at your home. It is a great honor.
We've been tracking your passage for the last day or so. When you were in the presence of Merethin and showed that you were no threat, then we decided that you would be welcomed. But I must ask if you have business here in the village. Why has Marathelin brought you?
is returning the favor. We found her in trouble, and we aided. So she would like to repay us. And if I'm honest, I was looking forward to some warm food by a fire and hearing some elven stories.
He nods, and his eyes, kind of this light, almost mint green color, kind of sweep over the rest of your party. And he kind of nods. Then I welcome you to our village. I hope you find the rest and the respite that you are looking for here.
And she just kind of does the head nod.
If there is need, my guards are close at hand. He says, with kind of a double meaning.
Mm-hmm.
Not really a warning, but maybe a slight hint of one.
Not really warning, but we'll be watching you.
Yeah, exactly. In the most elven way possible.
Mm-hmm.
As indirect as he's capable of being. Okay, and after that, he kind of unceremoniously just turns and walks away from you, kind of headed towards whatever other business he might have to attend to.
Ari would return to Rathalan and where do you live?
Oh, over here. And she kind of almost like she had completely forgotten. She turns and starts to head kind of towards one of these, not pods, but kind of like a hut-ish. That's off of kind of the main thoroughfare here, and kind of leads you up to it. She kind of stops a little shy of it. She turns around. There may not be space for everyone. Didn't think of that.
There, no worries. We are used to sleeping under the stars and have been doing such for months. It will be no great hardship.
She nods, feeling somewhat relieved, it seems. Someone walks by, carrying, kind of a hand-woven basket filled with some greens of some kind. And she kind of starts to speak to Meralathi at first, Marathalan at first, and then spots the rest of you kind of with her, and her eyes settle on you, Ari, and she kind of looks a little strange. She says, "Another Kiradel?"
Another? What?
Oh, well, the others were half Kiradel, I suppose. But still, in such a short time, it's unusual. Most welcome, though. She kind of says to you, almost as if trying to offer an apology.
How long ago? These others?
Oh, one of them is still here, although I think he's still unconscious.
What happened? Where were they from? Why were they here?
I don't know. I think they said that they had come from the human lands, south of Gindin's Wall.
May I May I see the one that's still here?
She kind of looks to Marathalin and then back to you. I can show you. Marathalin
And
kind
the
of looks a little confused, like she's definitely feeling out of the loop. Is everything all right? Marathalin says.
I don't know. And the other? You said the other? Left?
I don't know. There were two. But then one of them came back alone. He was terribly injured.
Please.
She nods, and she kind of hands her basket kind of off to Marathalin, and then turns and moves quickly towards another one of these huts.
Ari, as you start to move away, Dane touches your elbow very gently. Do you want me, just in case?
She just kind of nods. Like, yeah. But she's not saying anything at this point.
All right, yeah, I just fall and step behind you.
I think Sir John kind of clocks that something's going on, and he's like, Dane, is everything all right?
And I turn, and taking a cue from Ari, I don't say anything, but I look at you and I sort of shrug.
Should we follow? And that's directed as much to Ari as to Dane.
I think Tord would like reach for the like reins of the horses, perhaps, and I'll take those.
I'll find some stabling. I'll meet up with you later.
I'll help you, I suppose.
Okay. So the three of you kind of fall in step behind this elf who has set down her basket of greens and begin making your way towards what is a hut that you can kind of very quickly smell, like the aroma of like herbs and tinctures and poultices, and things of that nature coming from it. As you enter, Ari, you see the form of Trayvon laid out on what it would be the equivalent of like a hospital bed. His face is pretty bad. He has several lacerations. It looks like one of his eyes may be swollen shut. He has a splint on one of his legs, and it is kind of like elevated somewhat in traction. He looks like he's met some kind of very grisly fate. And there are people who are elves who are kind of tending to him every now and again, but they're not hovering over him as if there's much to do in this moment. But when this individual who brought you here when you have passed through the door, over the threshold, she turns to you and she kind of just quietly points to his form. This is the one I was speaking of. He had a younger boy with him whenever he first arrived, but he came back a few days ago like this. Well, worse than this. They've done what they can.
And the wee one?
She just shakes her head. I don't know. Do you know them?
Yes. And she would kind of, I think, almost rudely kind of push past this woman and run to the bedside, where she'd fall on her knees, imagine, and just kind of like look down at this man and kind of grab his arm, the one not in. You said his legs were in a splint, or was his arms too?
One of his leg is in a splint.
Yeah. So she would grab whatever arm that was there, as long as it's not like looking like it's mangled or bandaged or anything. But and
the knuckles are bloodied. It looks like, there is damage to the palms of his hand. But it is in far better shape than some of the rest of him seems to be.
And his Trevon just kind of comes out, kind of a broken sound, in a broken voice, as she kind of falls to her knees by him. And then she just looks up at the closest elf, like, what's wrong?
An elven nurse, healer, kind of comes over. The woman who brought you here has realized that she's done everything that she can, and she has kind of made an apology to Sir Tord and Sir John before leaving. But the nurse that comes over to kind of answer the beckon call from Ari comes over, and she kind of shakes her head. I'm not sure, to be truthful. He came to us in a bad way. He was found about 20 or 30 miles away, and, well, they did well to get him here and keep him alive. He hasn't regained consciousness since he's been here.
His injuries?
Severe. Many. There were... Well, the healers did what they could, and we are merely waiting for him to either pass or to awaken.
I think Ari turns to look at Dane at this point, and you can see that she's close to tears at this point. She's like, Dane.
So I'll walk over there and I'll kneel down next to Ari.
Can you do anything?
I kind of like look out the corner of my eye up towards these other elves, wondering, like, if I do this, like, this is like the, now you get kicked out of the village because you're a witch type of thing.
Peace.
And yeah, I will reach over to Trayvon, and I'll put my hand on top of Ari's, on top of his, and I will heal him.
All right. Let's get a roll.
Let's do that.
So you'll choose one of the 3 distinctions that you have.
Yeah. All right. I'm just reading through things. All right, so I'm going to use my young man with an ancient soul distinction. And I don't think mechanically this is going to do a whole lot, but it seems pretty apropos for the scene. So one of the abilities under that is when I'm using it combined with ancient magic, I can roll an extra effect die and give it to someone else in the scene as an asset to be used.
Nice.
So I'm gonna actually give that to Trayvon, right? Like whatever that die is, I'm gonna give it to him in case he has to resist a poison or whatever the case is, right? Like mechanically. But
Okay. Yeah.
it would be basically just me trying to lend him some strength.
That makes perfect sense.
My value die I'm going to use is compassion. I think that actually beats out hope in this moment because I'm doing this more for Ari than I am for him.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm going to use that. And then I will be using my my witch die.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you could theoretically even possibly throw your relationship die with Ari.
Yeah, so I'm actually gonna I know this increases your chance for catastrophic screw ups, but I'm actually gonna bulk this pool pretty hard. So I'm gonna put Ari's die in there, and then I'm gonna use my healing die as well. So yeah, it's a fairly large pool of dice here.
Yeah. So we're gonna roll all those and let me know if you
and
get
let you
any
know
ones.
about how many 81 ones I rolled. Okay. No ones actually.
Okay. Good deal. No hitches.
Yeah. So now in this you pick 2 dice to be a total and then 1 die for an effect die, right?
Correct. Yeah, and the effect die is just the die type, not the value that you rolled on it. Okay.
All right. So I'm going to grant Trayvon a D10.
And then you said the effect die gets increased? Is that
no? So basically, I get to give it to him as an asset. So if he had to make a roll against something, he has this as an asset die to roll.
He just takes that D10. Okay, awesome.
Yeah, it's really cool. I can't wait to use it actually, like in a mechanical scene where we get to see how it plays out. But this seems appropriate. And so the total is going to be 20. With an effect die of die 10.
All right. So Dane, what does it look like as this magic?
So
as you cast the spell.
Yeah, so normally there's that sort of, it starts off the same way. There's that sort of sound of trickling water. But I don't think anyone else hears it. It's very internalized for him right this second. Especially in the situation he's in with Celestial being, inside of him at the moment. Gross. But that golden light radiates out from Dane, but then is rapidly magnified through Ari. So both she and Dane will actually glow with this sort of like a sunrise on the water, that sort of refracting, speckly golden light. And as we're there, I imagine, Ari, that it probably feels a little painful for you as Dane's pushing his healing magic through him. So I always imagine that his healing hurts him to do. And so you start to see the flakes of rust on Dane just form this cloud above his hand, and then this sort of almost torn muscle feeling like piercing through your arm and up into your chest for a moment. And then we'll sort of see some of these cuts and bruises on Trayvon begin to just close over. And in this case, flexing a little bit here, some of the dirt and blood is actually washed away from him in spots, clearing his face. It starts out as like just tears running down his face, and then combined with maybe tears from Dane, and it will wash away some of the muck from Trayvon so that you can see his face a little bit better. And then then Dane sort of falls to his butt. Not exhausted, but definitely spent and hurting, and this cloud of rust sort of floating around him, and there's no way to hide it right this second.
The nurses who are in this space have all kind of stopped what they were doing and watched this take place. And when Dane subsequently collapses. You know, a couple of them rush over to try to help get him into, onto a bed himself, to get more comfortable. Not entirely understanding what they've just witnessed. And Ari, as you kind of continue to kneel there, Trayvon's hand kind of tightens around yours, just ever so slightly, weakly, and you hear him whimper the word Elhof, which is the elven word for mother. You're muted.
There's an audible, like, I'm not gonna call it a sob, but you know when you make that noise when you're like so distraught and then something happens and you just you make a noise and it's like almost kind of feral a little bit. It's like this gasp, and she just leans her head down on his shoulder, and I'm rapidly looking for the word son, but I can't find it. But so she says basically son, my son, in elven, as she lies there. And she kind of, I guess, like before, like she rests her head completely, she's looking into his face to see if he's awake or if he's still unconscious.
At first, he's still very still, other than the movement of his hand and the word that you're not entirely certain even came from him. You don't see much else of a response at first. But then he kind of coughs and kind of moves ever so slightly and turns his unswollen eye kind of in your direction and winces before fluttering and opening his one eye and looks at you, looks for a moment, and then he turns his face back towards the ceiling and lets go of your hand. Where's my son?
Oh no. But we'll find him. We'll find him. Rest. Get better. And she looks to the nurses, and there's like this bleeding in her eyes, like help. What can you do now? He's help him. That's all she can look.
Now that he is kind of stirring, and very obviously conscious, they will, once they have, Danes sorted, and those that aren't involved in that, will then kind of swoop in and start to try to make sure that he is made as comfortable as possible and that they can look after everything else about him that needs attending to. They don't quite brush you aside, but it's one of those instances where, like, very soon you realize that you're probably going to be more in the way.
Yeah, I imagine they like kind of gently pushing her back as she, and she'll give the ground as they're doing whatever they're doing, and helping him, but she's just like maybe 2 paces behind them, and she's just staring at Trayvon on the bed, and watching what's going on. I think at this moment, she's kind of forgotten about Dane a little bit.
What is Sir John's reaction to this all having just played out?
Oh, I thought I was going to go with Tord and the horses.
My bad. I misunderstood that. Okay.
Yeah, no worries.
Yep. You're good. All right. So Dane, you feel that same kind of sensation of being spent, kind of having expended, a large portion of your powers. But it doesn't render you unconscious. It doesn't really, take you completely out of what's going on around you. So you see all of the aftermath of this, and you can see that Trayvon seems to have turned the corner, as it were, because of your magics. I think the voice inside your head that lives in your mind with you tells you, well done. Well done.
I think out loud and in honestly probably in like old Vykarilian. He's maybe, but we still have to find the boy. And with that, he will kick off whatever fur blanket that they've put on him and wobble up to his butt, putting his feet on the ground and to stand up. Not wiped out, just that sort of been sleeping for a while or just got off a very dizzy type of ride, right? And before he finds his feet, and will try to move over a little bit closer to Ari, just to be there, not saying anything, but just happy that he didn't have to actually cross over and pull someone back from the dead for a third time, because that's miserable.
All right. And I think this is where we're going to go ahead and take our break. Oh, go ahead, Karen, please.
I think at some point, Ari maybe feels Dane's presence standing there quietly. And when all the hustle bustle is still kind of happening, I think like maybe it's dying down a little bit as maybe Trayvon is like falling into a more restful sleep versus being unconscious. She'll just kind of turn to Dane and in a very human gesture, she just hugs you. Thank you.
So while he's hugging you, you say thank you. You can feel like his little smile against your cheek, and he says, 125.
And I think the squeeze just gets a little tighter.
Perfect. So that is where we're going to take our break. So we're going to take a 10-minute bio break, go to the bathroom, refill your drinks, smoke them if you got them, kiss your spouses, etc., etc. We are going to come right back with the second half of session 45 of Beneath the Banner's Shadow. Kith and Ken, sit tight. We will be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from the break. We are here with the second half of session 45 of our Cortex Prime campaign, Beneath the Banner's Shadow. Tonight's episode is titled Kith and Kin. We find ourselves back in the forests of the northern part of the Endless Woods, where the elves here on this continent tend to congregate in a denser population. This village that they are currently at is held by a tribe of wood elves, the Elkirn elves. This village is known as Velathi, and that is where we rejoin our heroes. In particular, we have come to learn that the son of Ariana, a half-elf by the name of Trayvon Wainswardig, is only just now regaining consciousness after something that had left him on death's door, badly beaten, badly injured, and unconscious for the time that he has been back here in this village. His son, Bodhi, however, nobody seems to know what has become of the child. Dane, having just aided in the healing of Trayvon at the behest of Ari, the two have exchanged an embrace. She has thanked him dearly. What are all of you doing in probably the hours that will pass before Trayvon is conscious enough to really speak? How are you passing your time here in this village?
Ari is not leaving his bedside. That is where she's taken residence at this moment. I'm just waiting.
Tord is going to utilize his his rudimentary grasp of Sylvan to try and find perhaps one of the older or more traditional, perhaps, speakers in the community, just so I have someone to talk to. I don't know Elvish.
Yeah, and you know, asking around in Sylvan, it doesn't take you long at all to find people who can converse with you. It seems to be probably the most common second language here, to Elven. So it wouldn't be difficult at all to find someone who can speak it with you and converse.
I'm kind of pursuing also just like the medicine men and women of the village. I would find someone and kind of just want to sit down and speak with them for a time if I could pull them aside.
Yeah, absolutely. Even perhaps one of the healers that is working in the healer's tent, the hospital type place where Trayvon is recuperating. You know, after a time when it's obvious that he's stabilized and it's just going to take a little bit of time or whatever, they would have the time to be able to kind of like converse with you.
Sitting down with one. I have lingering pain in my left arm. Battle wounds from defending from blows. There is no injury, fading scars, but I still feel pain. When it rains, or it's windy, or storms. Like a dull ache between my fingers that I can't stretch out.
Have you tried the leaves of the Eranatha plant?
Is this like the colloquial term?
No, I think like this is probably, like earth-shattering news for Tord. Like you may not even know what this plant is.
My ignorance will probably be painted on my face.
She kind of nods. Well, I think I have a salve made from it. Just one second. And she disappears inside for a bit. And she brings out this, like this small, wooden container that's beautifully carved, kind of a polished wood. It has a lid that kind of fits snugly into it. And when you open it, the interior of it is filled with like a salve, like a waxy kind of cream, if you will. She says, this can be quite potent, so just use a little whenever it first starts to hurt you. Directly to the place where it is causing you grievance. It should do the trick.
I think Tord probably takes like a little dollop on his finger and begins to massage it between fingers on his hand into the palm, kind of flexes his hand.
I imagine it's almost like what we would like understand to be like an icy hot. Like it starts to get like really cold at first, almost like the wind, like every little breeze against it feels like, the winter wind. And then it starts to heat up and starts to get very, very warm, almost bordering on uncomfortable. And then just about the time when you're like, oh, maybe I should do something about this, like you don't feel the pain anymore. Like there's almost like a very bearable numbness that kind of like happens in your hand.
Might I purchase this from you?
Of course. Is there anything you would like to trade?
I don't know if I have trade. I would hold up. It would be like a drum. Like it's like the kids' toys where you kind of like spin the peg on the drum, and it like has beads attached to it. They call this a rainmaker where I'm from. Calls the winds. Not much, but valuable to some.
She kind of takes it, kind of after being shown, kind of, how to do it. It takes her a couple of times, but, she tries to do it and almost drops it, and she picks it up and tries again. And after a couple of times, you can hear her getting like a solid like rhythm out of it. She nods. Yes, I think this will be a fine trade.
He offers it like a handout to demonstrate, and kind of in like a stomping performance, kind of like spinning it in one hand and kind of like gesturing, catching momentum and kind of pivoting, and kind of like a small pseudo rain dance, just to kind of mimic the performance of what it would be used for. Just kind of like flourish in front of them.
You draw no small amount of the village who happens to be within earshot or eyeshot of what you're doing, kind of into a small little gathering around you as you kind of do this this performance. And they all seem quite impressed, quite taken, and when you finish, there's some applause from the people who are gathered. That definitely seems to be something that they have never witnessed before.
There's a moment of like the Angorian horse lord armor that I wear. Some of the like embroidery and embellishments end in these similar beads as well. And so like as the dance kind of picks up momentum, they're all kind of jostling in the same tone. And it almost sounds like um, rain pattering on like an adobe or like wood or mud brick um, home.
Yeah, they seem quite taken. Many of them, will come up to you afterwards in Elven at first, asking, what the meaning of the dance was, where you learned it, where you came here from. And once they kind of start to catch on that you speak Sylvan, those of them who speak Sylvan will start to ask these kinds of questions in Sylvan, and the ones that don't will ask for the help of those that do speak Sylvan to get their questions across to you. Who else? How are you passing the time while Ari is at the bedside of her son?
I think so, John. I'm looking around, trying to find like the people who are guards but seem the most relaxed or like approachable or whatever. Like I'm kind of keeping an eye out for like fit people in the village or whatever. And through pantomime, like we work out games and contests that we can like pit against each other, running and climbing shit and throwing stuff around, like how big of a stone can you lift and that sort of thing. And I'm just like contesting against them, getting to know the local physical culture.
Okay. Excellent. I think that it's very quickly apparent that while they are decently strong, especially for being as lithe as they are, that their largest aptitude is certainly in agility and speed. All of the tests, the games that you come up with that rely on, climbing, jumping, hand-eye coordination, that kind of thing, definitely seems to be their wheelhouse. Anything like the lifting the heavy stone, they seem to be okay. They could probably keep pace with most of the lower ranked knights at a tournament, but certainly not as strong as Sir Tord or you are.
Cool. Yeah, I imagine there's like a moment where there's a climbing contest up a tree or something, and like the first round they totally smoke me. I can't keep up with them. They're just way too fast and nimble. But then the second round, we all put weights on our back, and for me it's like 2 or 3 elves just hanging on. and I climb up and like I make it to the top, no problem. I'm not fast about it, but like, wow, what a haul I just made. And then I think there's another one where like we are picking up and throwing stones, and some of the people are just doing small stones in a sling or something and like hitting bullseyes or whatever. And some of the other elves are kind of, they've got like a boulder that's the size of a basketball or something, and they kind of heave it up on a shoulder and chuck it as far as they can. And it goes like several yards. It's pretty impressive. But, whenever I get over to those, I equip myself with the precision stuff. It's not great, it's not terrible, but like with the strength thing, I pick up a boulder that's, I don't know, 3 times as large as what the elves are throwing, and I managed to throw it almost as far as the farthest one that they were able to throw at a lighter weight and stuff.
Mm-hmm. And likewise, this performance, this game, this series of games kind of draws a crowd of these Elkiern kind of around, and they seem impressed by the feats of strength that you can show that outdo a lot of their, decorated might not be quite the right term, but they're seasoned warriors.
Sure. And I'm going to spend a valor or a plot point to trigger one of my abilities called Mighty Valor. And whenever I spend a plot point on it, I can perform a fantastic feat of strength. So that's just kind of to reflect what's been going on here.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's
almost like, even supernatural.
Yeah, it's impressive by any standard that certainly any of these people have ever seen, but probably anybody back in the realm too.
Yeah, they might even be commenting, not that Sir John would would know it, but they might even be commenting, you know, about something about, you know, the strength of a giant.
I feel like in terms of tournament and fighting arts and physical contest or whatever, Sir John knows the tone of a compliment when he hears one, regardless of what language it's in.
Sure.
And I think he gives a kind of gracious, like, hey, cheers, or whatever thing.
You hear Tord from the benches, like, you picked a fine time to toss a record stone in front of no one who cares to see it.
You care?
I do, but no one believes me when I talk about it.
We'll just have to show them again sometime. And then I'm like, speaking of showing them again, and I pull out a wooden waster sword. Care to go?
I'll take a few lumps.
Yeah, so I think, you know, we spar for a while, give a little bit of a display of both Vykarilian and Angurian fighting techniques.
Again, a crowd kind of gathers around this spectacle. Several of them seem very confused. They seem to want to know what the grievance was, why the two of you have decided to exchange blows. And after a while realize that while both of you are trying, that none of you are actively trying to kill the other one.
Yeah, and I think for me, like, every time Tord gets a hit on me, I kind of like, good hit, and I clap him on the back or something. You know, it's very friendly.
Right, and
There's
several
like
of
we're counting points. That's
Yeah.
the big
Right.
detail. It's like, well, I'm at 96. Like, well, I'm at 98.
Several of them.
Yeah.
So yeah, several of them kind of like have scratched their heads for a few moments of this, and then have just kind of like thrown their arms up, like they can't figure out whether you're actually mad at each other or whether it's like a, you know, you're friends and you're just taking out your frustrations. They're not sure, and they just kind of like walk away. But
And
several
it's like,
people stay through to the end.
right when the majority starts to think like, oh yeah, no, they're cool, one of us goes for a grappling maneuver and like tosses the other person over their shoulder or something.
Yep. And I imagine, like, even in these scuffles, you know, like the two of you probably end up with like a busted lip, or you know, like a bruised, you know, back or what have you, because you know this kind of stuff is not gentle play, you know, especially between two experienced fighters. I don't imagine.
No, I don't think so.
Those wooden practice swords are beat to shit.
Yeah.
Excellent. And what about Dane? What is Dane doing to pass the time?
So I imagine that this hut has windows that he can look out, and so like he's looking out and he sees like Sir John, you know, sparring with these elves, and like some of the elves like, you know, demonstrating some of these skills that he was talking about from his storybook. You know, he sees that. He sees, you know, maybe some like some younger elves out there playing with these like glass globes that have fireflies, like large fireflies in them that make these globes iridescent. And I mean, he is still a kid, so like part of him is like, I want to go do that. And, you know, I think even at one point he looks out and he sees the other elf, what's her name, Malef, her. Marathalin, and he's like, well, but then he looks over and he sees Ari like glued to this bed, and so I think he just sits quietly with his book that he's read 100 times and just waits, you know, because he doesn't know if when Trayvon wakes up, if he's going to need more healing, or if he's going to need more healing to wake up, or, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So plus a good chunk of him wants to know where Bodhi is, right? Like what happened. So
I imagine there's, you know, we see from Dane's point of view him looking out and seeing all these individual elves, and then he sees Marathalin, who looks up with kind of like a little bit of like a hope whenever he looks at her, and then he turns and goes back to his book, and we see her kind of crestfallen, kind of turn and kind of walk away from this hut.
Like maybe like even the first time, like he just like waves to her, like, you know, in that sort of like, you know, like when you're a little kid and you're like on a bus or a plane, you're getting ready to leave, and you're like, hi. You know, that's what he doesn't know any better. So, but yeah, ultimately he will spend his time sitting in there reading his book, waiting to figure out what needs to be done.
Okay. So I think it's probably fairly well into the evening. Maybe even approaching like the middle of the night. Most of the rest of the village has kind of quieted down. And the nurses have, you know, pared down for the evening. There's only, you know, 1 or 2 of them on duty now. Now that especially everything seems to kind of be settled for the moment. When Trayvon kind of starts to stir a little, and then he kind of props an elbow underneath of him and starts to try to sit up.
No, no. Don't try. Lie down, lie down.
I need to find my son.
And you best to do that would be to lie down right now and take care of yourself.
What are you doing here?
I could ask the same of you. What happened?
You,
What?
after not having seen you for so long, you show up out of nowhere and whisk Bodhi and I away into the woods, further than I've ever traveled north, and he kind of like winces and holds like his ribs. And then just as soon as we're free of whoever was pursuing us, you turn and you disappear again. Now all these months later, you show up again out of nowhere. Now I don't understand you. I don't know what you want of me.
Yvonne, I don't want anything of you. I just want I can't change the past, and I'm trying to be here now, and you're in need, and right now this is not the time for all of this. We need to find Bodhi. What happened? You can hate me later.
I don't hate you. I don't know you. But you're right. Bodhi is what matters, and I need to find him. And if you're willing to help me do that, and to find him and bring him back safely, then so be it. Bodhi has recently been curious about the Kirodel and his heritage. He hasn't stopped talking about it since we arrived. A few days ago, I think, he disappeared. Someone told him that there was a place called the Greywood Grove nearby, well, near-ish. And the next morning he was gone. So, I took what I had and I went after him the moment that I found out that he was missing. Something something found me out there, and well, I was clearly no match for it. I thought for certain I was dead. And when I woke up, I was here.
Sign of Bodhi before you were set upon?
One more time, Karen, what'd you say?
Sorry. Any sign of Bodhi before you were set upon?
Well, it's following his tracks as best I could. He's light enough that he doesn't leave very many prints, but he's not exactly a clean eater when he finds food. So I'm certain that I was on his trail. I only hope that whatever it was that I crossed paths with. No, he's fine. I'm certain of it.
I'll go looking for him. We'll find him.
I should be the one to find him. I need to be out there.
Heal. You're in no state to go anywhere right now. We've just slammed death's door on you and we're not opening it up right now. I'll go.
He does not seem pleased with this at all. But at the same time, it seems like he understands that he's not exactly in a position to argue. If you find him, please tell him that I'm looking for him.
I will make sure he knows.
If you run into whatever that creature is out there, better bring your friends.
I will not demand it of them. But if they choose to join me, I will gladly take their help.
Karen.
I know. Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
You know this place, the Greywood Grove. In the Elven tongue, this is called Bosuni Rilis, and this is a sacred place of Elvendom. And this is one of the places outside of a Kirodel in Elraban that would be under their protection. Like, the Kirodel have been tasked with or given the honor of protecting this location. It would be strange that somebody gave Bodhi enough information to even set out to try to find this place.
Okay, yeah. Not something they do. How did he hear about this this, and she's going to pretend she doesn't know it, this grey wood grove.
Trayvon kind of shakes his head. Not certain. One of the elves here in Vilathi, I imagine. He's grown close with a few of the locals. Seem to be quite taken with him. He's, like I said, very curious.
Anyone in particular, or?
I'm not certain.
I'll leave you to rest while I go find more information about where this place is and before I set out. Trevon, for what it's worth, I'm sorry. I wish we had more time. I wish things had been different. But I did what I did because I thought I had to. And I have no excuse. I'll leave you to rest. Sorry?
If you find Bodhi, and you bring him back to me, safe, sound, there may be room in my heart to forgive you.
You rest now.
He kind of like throws himself back on the bed in frustration.
And she's gets up kind of slowly and silently, and then one last look, and then she'll turn and go.
Dane's gonna follow her out, but as he does, he's gonna linger just for a moment at Trayvon's bed. And in Elven, it's probably not my place. But forgiveness isn't something that's bargained with. It's freely given, or it's worthless. And he'll turn and walk out after Ari.
Yeah, there's no response from him.
So, all right, let's go get Tord, Sir John.
Not long after you exit, mere moments, Ari, you find an elven woman who is kind of standing kind of just off to the side. Similarly to the head of the Elkian Guard, just kind of quietly waiting, looking as if they're waiting for you to approach them. But it's very clear that they seem to want to speak with you. You can see that she wears kind of a chain of office, maybe, kind of across the front of her chest. Has similar kind of facial markings to the head warrior, but is very patiently, just kind of like I said, standing and waiting for you to approach.
Or you said same insignia as the head warrior?
Not necessarily the same insignia, but the head warrior had these kind of like facial tattoos, markings, and hers seem of a similar style, a similar patterning.
So Ari would approach, and then same as what she did with Nor, she would give that same salute. After she stopped about 15 feet away.
She does not return the same greeting, but instead just kind of gives a slight kind of bow at the waist. You are a warrior.
Ari kind of hesitates before she says, you can see she was going to say yes, and then she kind of hesitates, and you can call me that.
My name is Lorneva. I am the voice of the Valathi. I was wondering if perhaps I could speak with you for a moment.
I would be honored.
Please. And she kind of turns and, as if like to lead you on a little bit of like a stroll or a walk.
Ari would glance behind because I think she felt like Dane was there before, so she's just going to see where he's at right now before she follows this woman.
Is Dane there?
I'm sorry, he is now. What was that?
She was just saying that she was looking to see if he was still behind.
Yeah, I mean, at a distance, like, you know, like he's definitely not staring at you as intently as he was, as he is sort of like looking around for Sir John and Tord to try and get this going.
Yeah, seeing him maybe a little bit distracted, she would just kind of continue on then with Lorneva.
She walks with you a few paces before she kind of speaks to you again. She says, I am to understand that you are a relation to the man who is in our care.
He is my son.
I see. My condolences on his condition. I am glad to hear that it is improved.
Do you know anything of the wee one, his son?
The two of them arrived together a few months back. They were found wandering around in the woods, lost. One of our people found them and brought them here, and they've been fitting in as best they can since. A few days ago, probably close to a week, the man set out claiming that the boy had disappeared overnight. And when he was found, it was, well, I was not certain that he would live. I'm happy that I was wrong.
And no sign of the boy?
She shakes her head. This would be your grandchild.
Yes.
She kind of like places a hand on your forearm. I am sorry I don't have better news. She kind of stops for a moment and turns to face you a little more squarely. There are a few, those who found your son, who were able to describe the scene where he was attacked. They were skilled trackers, so they were able to tell more than I would be able to. She kind of shakes her head. There are some of them who believe the creature who attacked your son is Gwyn Flanarine, Karen, you would associate this name, putting it in our chat here. Sorry for all the elven names, everybody. Sit tight. Gwynfelinarin. Gwynfelinarin is, sit tight, we've got another one here, is known as kind of a mythical entity that is associated with Elekivar, also known as the Wild Hunt. This entity is kind of an elven boogeyman, if you will, the embodiment of the ravenous hunger that predators possess, and is originally from the realm of the fairy. Seeing him, or the hunt that he leads, is typically thought to kind of forebode a catastrophe, or the very best outcome, the death of the person who witnesses it. Some, however, are thought to be swept up and abducted to the other world, the realm of the fairy. The rumor, the story, the myth goes that Gwynfelinarin was banished from the material plane eons ago, and supposedly there hasn't been any report or sightings of him since then. So her saying this is the equivalent of saying that somebody saw the Loch Ness Monster.
I think Ari would respond kind of like, "You're not serious, are you? Gwynfelinarin?"
That is what they say. That's what they believe, at least. I did not see it with my own eyes, obviously, but she kind of reaches into the drapes of her robes, and she produces a piece of antler that looks like it was severed by a sword stroke. And that piece of antler has all kinds of moss and fungus growing on it. This is all they brought back.
Strange things that we've been seeing lately. I cannot just dismiss this out of hand, because there might be truth to this. That's frightening.
Your arrival has been the latest in a string of strange occurrences. You are most welcome here in Vilathi as long as you wish it, but Corrode, and she kind of inclines her head, is not a common sight amongst the Elkirn, much less a Corrode and two half-Corrode. And she kind of looks back towards the village. If the hand of the Vilathi is to be understood, an emissary from the Corrode makes their way to the village as we speak.
That actually shocks Ari a bit. An emissary coming here.
Yes. That is
When?
what the scouts say. They should be here before nightfall tonight. I only bring this to your attention because I have called a moot. And I would very much like it if you would join us. Sit and take counsel with us.
We would be honored. I also fear that most of this strangeness that is upon you is my fault.
Is that so? He kind of looks at you, not accusatory, but maybe bordering on it.
It is my family who is here. Came across your village and you took them in, and I thank you. That was very kind. But now, this sighting just not that far from your own home. We've come here, and now an emissary has come. I can't believe it's all coincidence.
Nor I. I certainly think that they are connected, which is one of the reasons why I have asked that you take counsel with us. You are not forced. I do not want you to feel like you must attend the moot, but I'm hoping that perhaps you may be able to shed some light on what is happening here.
I hope so too. I will be there.
Thank you. Take the word to your friends as well. They are more than welcome to attend if they wish.
Thank you. And I think that Ari would give her that head bow, and she would turn, but she's definitely got she seems preoccupied as she's walking away with what she's just heard and everything that's been going on. And she's going to walk back to where she last left Dane. Maybe find the others.
I mean, Dane is wherever you left him, probably just outside the hut. Looking around for anybody he knows, he doesn't see Sir John, doesn't see Tord, doesn't even see Morethalon. It's like, oh, that's weird. But as you walk back, so ready to go?
No, actually, but we do need to find Sir John and Sir Tord.
They should stand out.
Come, let's find them. And I think she'll start walking around, just pick a direction, and we're going to go, and then hoping to find or sound something that'll lead us to the two of them.
Yeah, I mean, unless Tord and Sir Tord and John are trying to hide, I don't imagine that it would take you long at all to find them.
So Tord, they'll never find us over here.
Squad behind
clang.
an elven dumpster.
You're not supposed to hide next to me. We're supposed to go different spots.
Oh, I'm no good at this game.
That's right. Sir John, all seek, no hide.
The raven seeks, it does not hide.
An eagle does seek, but no, I suppose eagles don't really hide, do they? Yeah, that explains it. Anyway, and I think we just kind of walk out from this compost pile that we're standing on, behind. You found us. How are things?
Ari just looks at Dane like, how are things? She can't even answer right now. She's just like,
Trayvon's very injured. Bodhi's missing. And Ari has something she needs to tell us.
You mean the boy from Warrington?
Well, he's not from Warrington, but yes.
Well, the duel between Sir Tord and I, that has yet to be decided.
Right. So I was telling Ari that we should gather our stuff and go find Bodhi.
Of course. I'm sworn to defend his life.
Well, if his father's any indication, your work will be cut out for you.
What did they manage to come in contact with? What did this?
I looked at Ari, like, if she's gonna tell him, or like,
Yeah, she's kind of like she is struggling right now, like how to even tell them, but it's like
so in Elvish folklore, there's another world that Fae and elves can go to, and they send spirits out sometimes. In other mythology, we might think of them as like demigods or heroes or aspects. One of these is apparently what attacked and took Bodhi and hurt Trayvon. I think.
it sounds so crazy when we say it out loud like this, but with everything else that's going on, I can't. Can't just
Can
dismiss
these
it at the
spirits
hand.
be tracked? Do
I
we
don't-
follow the path that they create?
They are myth. They're myth. They're legend. I'm struggling with it even being, but that. And she kind of like she's struggling. You see, she's struggling again. It's like we need to find him, but we can't go tonight.
Well, I mean, sure, it'll be dark, but we'll just bring torches.
Apparently, there's an emissary of the Kairodel coming tonight. And I've been asked to be at that meeting. And you are all welcome as well.
You want the three of us to go somewhere where someone important from your people is going to be, and there's going to be talking involved. You want the three of us. Maybe we should go find Bodhi, and you should go do the talking.
It can't be coincidence, Dane, that this is all happening at once here. I think it's important we're all there and we hear what they have to say.
Could one of those infernal witches be involved in this?
Well,
Probably.
there's that name. I'm not going to say it again based on what happened last time. But if she's here, and like you see, like the hair on Dane's neck kind of stand up as he like looks around and gets very cold. Perhaps even starts flaking a little bit more than normal. That might be what they saw. That might be what took Bodhi. Think about it. The last one tried to take my little sister because she was inclined.
Yet
And so is Bodhi. But if you try and tell anybody that there's world-ending witches out there, we have to stop them. She thought they looked at us weird now.
Well, we don't need to tell them. We need to rescue Bodhi.
Right.
And we shall.
Right. After we talk to this emissary, I guess.
do we hear what they have to say? Yes.
Ari, what do you want from us while we're there?
Silence would be my top guess.
Just knowing you're there would be comfort. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to be said. Why they're even coming here. I don't know. But it could be important.
I would be happy to be at your side.
Thank you.
Well, you know I'll be there.
Okay, Tord. Bane.
I'm not going to wander off by myself.
I think she just kind of gives you a little smile at that and nods. Did Lornova she said before sunset tonight?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what time is it up now? About.
It's probably just after midday or so. So there's only probably another couple of hours before the sun starts to set here in the forest.
I think, yeah. So we have a few hours, so maybe we make our preparations for leaving once it's over, or in the morning, but we've got a few hours before they're here.
I think I got enough time to get a tattoo.
I mean, it depends on what size of tattoo, I guess.
Well, I'm not getting something huge, something realistic for the amount of time that we have. I think it'd be kind of neat. This is the farthest I've ever been from my home.
You take one more step.
I take like a running leap.
Now that's the farthest you've ever been from your home.
I take another step.
Now that's the. All right. Well, I guess I'm gonna go check on the other elf lady, Rethlin. And we did just kind of ditch her.
You
I
do.
know. I know she said there's not enough room for all of us to stay in her house, so I'm good with sleeping in a tent.
Oh no, I've got my bedroll. I'll be fine. These night insects, they're quite pleasant to my ear. I think I'll enjoy sleeping out under the trees this evening.
All right, well, suit yourself. And I'll go wander back off towards her. But
Good night, Dane.
I'll see you in just a little bit.
Like 2:00.
Oh dear. Yeah, Ari's gonna try to find the few people who, I guess, brought back Trayvon, who found him. She'd like to
Okay.
try to talk to one of those.
Yeah, you're directed to like a small group, maybe like 3 individuals, who were kind of like out scouting, that supposedly found and were responsible with bringing him back here.
Yeah, she would go up to the group and kind of give the head bow. I hear it is you that I have to thank for bringing back my son.
They kind of look at you. The half-elf is your son.
Yes.
Well,
He's my son.
I heard he'll make it.
Thanks to you. I'm grateful.
Glad to hear that. It was pretty touch and go.
Can you tell me more about where you found him?
It was probably about 20 miles, give or take. More to the north, northwest from here. There's a small glade out that way. It was pretty torn up. Whatever it was that crossed his path was big and vicious. The other one kind of says, "You know what it was that we saw." And this one kind of like nods his head, almost to like discount or disbelieve what this other one is inferring.
Did you see it?
He kind of laughs. When Felinarin, no, I didn't see it. Nor did either of these two. Though if you listen to them, it sounds like they think they saw him. We did find that bit of horn, though. That's a little strange. It looks like perhaps your son put up some fight, at least.
Lucky you found him.
He is. He kind of says with no apology whatsoever in his voice. He would have bled out where he lied. Within hours.
Was there any signs of the whatever attacked, like where it went?
Like I said, the glade itself was pretty torn up. Lots of felled trees, big deep prints, but it was a mess. Blood and mud everywhere. Fallen debris trampled all around. Whatever it was larger than a horse. Much larger. It crashed off through the woods, headed more in an east way. But I didn't track it.
Tomorrow I'm going to head out that way.
They kind of exchange a look with each other. You certain?
My grandson might be out there. I have to find him.
There's like a somberness that kind of settles on like the collection of these three, where they're exchanging, sharing a meal or what have you. They don't really say anything to that.
If you could be so kind as to let me know where it was where you found Trayvon, and then I can go from there. And then she kind of corrects herself. We can go from there as she's looking back at her companions, whatever they're doing at this moment.
The one that does not seem to believe that it was Gwynfelloner kind of nods. I can take you as far as the glade. That's as far as I can go.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Of course. I am happy to hear that your son is recovering. And that you're able to be here for him. See him back on his feet.
I hope so. I hope I can return quickly, and I hope I can return with Bodhi.
Best of luck to you.
Do any of you know why he would have gone out that way?
They kind of exchange another look, shrug. Boy, that young? No idea. No business being out that far.
No. Well, thank you. I will I'll talk to you in the morning. Because she kind of
Very well.
says to the main one.
Okay. Is there anything else that anybody wants? Anything else that anyone else? What the hell am I trying to say? Is there anything else that any of you want to do before we get to the moot? That was way harder to work out than it should have been. No. Okay. Dane, Marathalin is easy to find, and there is the same kind of awkward exchange, that is shared between, oh no, you can have the bed, I'll set a bedroll on the floor. No, please, I insist, that kind of, the two chipmunks out trying to out-polite each other. Okay, so later that evening, it's pretty obvious just by like the behavior and the general atmosphere around the village that the moot is gathering, that it is starting to take place. And when you head that direction, you find yourselves going towards one of the largest trees that is here in Velothi, and you can see this kind of ramp that kind of spirals around this place, leading up to a tree that doesn't grow entirely to the canopy of the forest, but instead one that has kind of these interwoven branches on the inside that kind of blend directly into these like supportive rafters. And there's flowers that kind of bloom all over this, and the majority of the space inside of this tree is taken up by a long, very ornately carved table that is surrounded by chairs of equal splendor. Dane, I would imagine, would probably cue to the similarities of the description of Mathuran's table, the round table that he gathered his knights at. Each of these chairs is equal in size and shape. And there are a number of elves who are seated around this table. You can see that Lorneva is seated at the far side, but not in the manner of like a Vykarilian lord or lady seated at the head of a table. It's just not quite the same demeanor that she's kind of sitting there. It seems more as though everyone sat at this table is doing so as an equal. As everyone finds a seat, you are allowed to sit basically wherever it is that you so wish. And at some point, there is another Kirodel who enters. She is recognizable as being Kirodel, much the same as Ariana. Ariana, I imagine, like most other Kirodel, that you are very like pale of skin, almost like alabaster or ivory like toned. And then do you have like the white hair or the black hair?
I've got the very black hair.
Okay, yeah, it's like almost like raven or like midnight colored. This woman is similar to Ariana in that she has that same kind of alabaster ivory kind of colored skin tone, but her hair is stark white, which she has kind of put under this cowl. And as she enters the room, you can see that her arms have a lot of the same markings that Ari may have, but that definitely some of the Elkiern that you have seen. And she has a rather large owl kind of perched on her shoulder as she kind of enters the room and finds a seat for herself to sit at this table.
Do I recognize her?
I think you probably do. She undoubtedly recognizes you. Her name is Orenhari. We'll put her name in the chat. Orenhari. And you can tell that she recognizes you whenever she spots you. And she seems a little curious. Her eyebrow raises a little whenever she sees you. And she gives you like a little bit of a nod of the head, but then she sits down at the table and waits for the moot to start without formally addressing you.
I would just give her the same like nod of the head back.
Okay. Do the rest of you find seats at the table, or do you wait outside, or you stand kind of, around the outside of the room?
I think I don't know, like I have courtly etiquette, right, from Vykaril, but I don't know how different that would be from here. So I think I would make an assumption, like it based on the number of chairs, or like if other people are standing up against the wall. Am I able to get a sense for maybe what would be most appropriate?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like you're welcome to sit at the table. There's plenty of chairs. Even if every individual that was in the room currently sat, there would still be a few empty ones. So it seems like there's plenty of seating available. And you see other warrior types seated at this table, including the hand, Noreanor, who you met earlier. He is seated at this table as well. So you would not be like out of place. As far as like judging the etiquette versus Vykarilian etiquette, it is palpably different.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, then I think I would follow Ari's lead. If Ari sits down, then I would maybe like go nearby, sit on one side or something, and like gesture to the other people to sit down. Even though I don't really know what's going on, I would pretend like I do.
Sure. What about Dane and Tord?
So Dane will sit down kind of wherever feels comfortable. I don't think this is Camagel's first time at a moot. And so I think there's almost that voice in the back of my head. There's this sense of familiarity, and so just whatever would be normal for that, right? That placement of I'm not someone who's super important, but I'm not just a farmer type thing, and just sit down with almost like I knew what I was doing.
Okay.
I think Tord he probably forgoes sitting and just kind of looms, almost like bodyguard, like security-esque. Don't really have a place at this table per se. I think he doesn't feel comfortable sitting down.
Okay. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Okay. So you each take the place that you feel is appropriate here in this council chamber, around this table or around the room itself, and you kind of wait for whatever is going to happen here to begin. So I'm going to put a Pools of Woe up here on the screen. It is currently set at a 4d6. So this pool will be adjusted as we work our way through this scene based on what you roll and what you do. So the moot begins. Any of the side conversation just kind of politely winds down, and the Lorneva, the voice of the Valathi, addresses the room. She says, I would like to thank all of you for coming to this moot. It's fortuitous that all of us have crossed paths at the same time. It has been many, many moons since our Cyrodiil brethren have come here to Valathi, and we welcome both of you. She kind of gives a nod to both Ariana and to the emissary. There have been a lot of strange tidings lately here in the forest, and I think perhaps they may be more connected than we want to admit. There was a recent attack by... She kind of pauses for a moment. By some creature who seems quite dangerous, that some believe could possibly be Gwynfelinarine. There's a few at the table that kind of stifle, not a snicker, but just kind of almost a chortle of disbelief. She kind of puts up a hand. I know, I can scarcely believe it myself. I can barely bring myself to utter the words. However, if this alone were the problem, that would be one thing. We also are host to several individuals who have come all the way from Vykaril. We have yet to discover what it is that you need from us, why it is that you have come here. I would like to see what it is that has brought you here, and if it may or may not coincide with these other tidings. And lastly, we have an emissary from the Cyrodiil themselves, who is come to ask a favor, I am to understand. These are the things that I would like to address here at this moot, before we adjourn. Firstly, there is the business of this group from Vykaril. Would you please tell us what has brought you this far north of Gindan's Wall?
We traveled north to gain audience with the Queen of the North.
She kind of nods. There is no traditional queen, as the humans understand it, but perhaps for their sake we will use this term. Might I ask what business it is that you have with her?
Ari will kind of look to Sir John, actually, at this moment, who's sitting beside her. We are tasked with forging a blade to help bring peace back to Vykaril. I know that sounds crazy and strange and quite considerably arrogant, but it is the truth. We travel north to ask for aid. Aid in the way of wood, but I also believe it's more to reforge the bonds of friendship that have been lost in these last decades.
Several of the elves around the table were kind of expressing like a little bit of disbelief that this is what has brought you this far north, was to make a sword. You know, it's just not quite adding up in their mind. But when you kind of get to the part about this being analogous to, you know, kind of rekindling the bonds between humans and elves, there's a little bit of a retraction of that kind of response. And the Norianor, the hand of the Valathi, he actually kind of like speaks up. And he says, "The humans have sent you to repair the good faith?"
No, not. The humans right now are fighting amongst themselves.
As always.
There are greater forces at work as well. And we have
Greater forces involved in the affairs of the humans.
Yes, more than just the humans, with the elves and the orcs and the dwarves, forces that are far more ancient and far more powerful than any of us, and who want to see that peace restored, that the progress that was being made to continue.
And by attempting to reforge this sword, to forge this weapon, you are calling down the wrath of these ancient powers that you're speaking of?
No, it's more of I go back to the in forging this blade, we are not forging a weapon of war per se. We are joining the forces of this land that we all live in together as one.
We did this once before. We made amends with mankind and gave them the ability to live in harmony with magic and nature. They forgot everything. All of it. They turned on one another, fighting for table scraps and gold coins. Titles. That's all they care about. If we mend this bond, if our queen, to use the term, deems this the path forward for elven kind, who's to say that the humans will not just revert to the same behaviors all over again?
There is no guarantee that they won't. But that does not mean we can't try. They are short-lived. So we must have to continue building and teaching and forging this bond as each generation goes. Because we are long-lived. We are the ones that know and can keep that continuity.
Karen, I would like a roll from you, please.
Oh no, okay.
Build whatever dice pool that you think makes the most sense to this conversation, this convincing that you're trying to pass over.
Wow. Why is she talking? This is the worst thing for worst person to be doing this stuff. I'm actually going to use the always on the outskirts, the D8, because she's like never fits in, but she's at this moment got like 1 foot in 2 worlds kind of thing.
Sure.
So I think
Well, and
kind of appropriate.
she's an elf that's advocating for humans.
Yeah.
You know, that's
like
definitely an outside perspective right here. I think that fits perfectly.
Oh dear, I don't values. This is, I don't know. I think tradition, because the actual statement that she has with that one is there is wisdom in the old ways and the short-lived often forget that. And that is kind of what she's trying to say here, that we have to constantly remind them.
She's calling upon her understanding of that. I think that makes great sense.
Yeah. Now as role, I don't know what would fit there. But I would like to also bring in her relationship with Benchiel, because she is, the whole time she's been talking about this, she is thinking of Benchiel and what he has been doing for the last 50 years.
Okay.
And that this is what's fitting.
Sure. Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense. And as for roles, possibly Sage could fit here.
Yeah, okay, we'll do that one. Okay, so oh my lord, I rolled a 1 and a 2 and a 2 and a 5. So
oh boy.
So what I want to do here, I would like to use a plot point to add one of the dice to my roll.
Okay, to your total?
Yeah, so that I can use 3 dice instead of just 2.
Okay. Just as a reminder, you cannot use the 1 for either your total or as your effect die.
That's right, I rolled a 1, so that won't mean anything then. So I won't use a plot point because I have a 1. So yay. So my total is 7 with the effect die being a die 8.
Okay. So I rolled the 46 that are in the Doom pool, and I got a total of 9. So one of these D6s is going to change and becomes a D8 instead. The hand of the Vilathi, Norlenor, continues to kind of put you on a back foot, Ari. If they're so short-sighted, I just don't understand why we would waste the effort and the time. What darkness is it that is threatening us? Just because they are squabbling amongst themselves and using corrupt magic to settle their pitiful arguments, I see no reason for us to drag ourselves into it.
What happens when they have fought and someone conquers the other and they turn their sights upon us? If you do nothing and it ends in chaos down there, there's no saying that they won't come further north. It has happened already. It has happened in our past. That is the whole point of trying to reforge something new, something better. Can't believe we're having to have this conversation again and again. It is what Benchiel has been trying this entire time. It's what Mathuran did. Brought the people together, and it is It is part of our duty to help reinstate that.
There's a bit of murmuring as you mention Banshial's name and Mathuran. And you've come forth to issue this warning? This warning of the tide of blood south of Ginden's walls spilling into our lands?
No. I've come north to try to stop that from happening. I don't want that to happen. It's not happening now. But if we don't do something now, we won't be able to later when we need to.
All right. I would like to get another roll, please. You can either use the same dice pool arrangement if you want, or you can choose another.
I think at this time, one of the roles she's going with is warrior because he brought up the
Ooh,
fighting.
okay.
And so she's leaning into that a little bit more. And then I think with, again, values, like we went from less of the whole let's try to teach them more to the whole we need to protect ourselves, and the best way to protect ourselves is to stop a war from happening before it even starts. So it's more like a fealty thing, like I want to protect our homeland.
Okay, yeah.
Best way to do that is become friends with your neighbors.
Okay. There's a shift in Ari's approach, She doesn't like being on the defensive, So now she goes a little bit on the attack.
I'm going to continue with the bench shell because we pulled that into it.
That's fine. Yeah.
And then for the distinction, I don't know.
Don't forget that you can also take your distinctions as a hindrance, where instead of adding a D8, you add it as a D4 to your roll, and you gain a plot point for doing so. If there would be a distinction that fits going adverse against.
I guess it's again this always on the outskirts one. Because she's still between the two worlds. I don't know if it's a hindrance in this point, because she's kind of trying to use it to, like, still to pull us together.
Mm-hmm. It's up to you.
Okay, I'm gonna. Oh, God. Well, that's better. No ones on that one. So now I will use a plot point to add a type dice to my total.
Sure.
Okay, so it will be 19 with an effect die of a D10.
19 with an effect die of a D10. Okay.
Yeah.
So I got a 12 total. So you beat by more than 5. And your effect die was a D10, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. So your D10 can be stepped up to a D12. So your effect die. So you could get rid of any 2 of the dice that are currently in the pool of woe.
Well, the 8 and the 6 sounds good.
The 8 and a 6. Okay. So this approach seems to go a lot more in Ariana's favor. And as a matter of fact, even though Norinor seems to be a little kind of set, kind of digging his heels in, he lapses in his rebuttal long enough for Lorneva to speak up. She kind of places a hand up, kind of somewhat with the palm facing Norinor, and says, "Please, Norinor, Still thy voice for a moment, let others speak. Oriana has come here of her own volition, far from her home. She has lived amongst the humans for some time, I believe. She knows them far better than we do. Those who travel with her seem to be individuals of merit and trust. Perhaps we should hear her out. Maybe it is time for elves to trust humankind again. There has been a wedge that has been driven between us. Ours, one of bitterness, perhaps, and she kind of like narrows her eyes a little bit at him, and he doesn't back down the way that a warrior might be expected to for a noble, like in Vykaril, but more of more of an equal. He kind of puts up a hand kind of in a no contest way and falls silent for the time being. If you are to journey to speak with our leader, with the queen, as you call her, and you are to gain this symbolic gift, and you are to forge this sword, what darkness is it that you will wield it against? What threat is it that you face?
Ari looks to Dane at this moment because this is like up his alley. And she knows like she's kind of been struggling, and she looks to him for the answer for this one.
There is a darkness over the entire world, continents, everything that we humans and even you elves and towards people hold dear. It's a darkness that has been seeping for all time, for as bright as the light of unity and long-livedness of well-meaning magic and brotherhood can shine. You can't see it unless it's shown against darkness. This darkness was what plagued the minds of men like Baneshell, of Mathuran, when Mathuran set out to create his table. And although it was fought against and pushed back, and celebrations were held, it was never truly felled. For like the weeds that creep into your gardens and strangle your vegetables, unless it's ripped out by the roots, it simply bides its time until it returns. And it's returned. I, Ari, are all dancing around this and tiptoeing. But even you, and I look over at the hand of the Valathi, you feel it. This strangeness in the south, this strangeness now that has been seen in your lands, the words that have reached you from the horsemen, the orcs. You started this, and I turned towards the speaker, by saying that there was a fear that this was all too coincidental, that there had to be something behind it. But because we all sit shielded by our walls, our trees, our fortresses, and our pride, we don't and haven't for years chosen to see how united we all are against, or should be, against this darkness. We've traveled, these people, myself, and we've fought against this, the symptoms of this, these beings calling themselves witches. One of them you know very well, but I will not, for the sanctity of your village and my sanity, speak her name. But these are part of the driving forces behind this. So whether the forging of the sword is truly symbolic and it is just to unite the people of Vykaril, or it is more than that, and truly at the end of it there is some weapon to be wielded against the darkness, I don't know. I'm just a boy. But I do know that if we choose to sit in our trees and our castles and say what happens to the north or to the south isn't our concern, we're only lying to ourselves to feel comfort inside of our walls, because we know that no matter how tall our tree or how thick our bricks, that when our fires go out and our eyes close, we still all see darkness. I'm a bit hurt that the first words that got your attention was Ari having to say that part of this was to protect against my people coming up north to take something from you. And I'm not hurt that that's what we're accused of. I'm hurt that is that what it takes now to form alliances is fear. It's better to keep your enemies close. I can't speak for anyone, but I don't mean you any harm. Most of us don't mean you any harm. But as I've tried to express, it's very hard to understand the do's and don'ts, the pints and quarts, the silverware from the breakfast sausage, when we're afraid to ask and you're too prideful to tell. I also think it's slightly arrogant that you would stand their hand and think that you should rise to a point to be able to speak for the thousands of other elves as one little village. I see the strength behind your words and your intention, and I don't doubt that you're a brave man, but We don't fight in the streets and eat each other's hearts. Not any more than you steal children and pin them up on clotheslines by their ears so that they too can be elves. And we have our stories too. The only difference is in my 60 or 70 years, how many elves will I see? And your hundreds of years, you would still choose stories over seeing for yourself. So now all I ask is that, do you believe Ari when she speaks? Understand that there is a darkness, and no, I can't put name to it. She cannot. Sir John cannot. Lord Eddard cannot. And not because we're hiding something from you, or because it's not your business, but simply because we don't know what it is. But here we stand, a collection of patches on a cloak, willing to at least cover you and keep you warm and dry in this storm. So yes, we'll go north. We'll speak to this queen, for lack of better terms. And more importantly than forging this sword, we will at least try to reforge this friendship, this bond. Because Vykaril is only going to be as strong as those people, elf, dwarf, man, and orc, that are willing to stand against it. I simply, at my young years, am already tired of the hatred and fear. And as a man who's already died, I simply don't have time to let your fret dissuade me from my course.
Steve, if you would please assemble a dice pool. You muted yourself.
I said I will not, but
Oh,
okay.
you will not. Fair enough.
All right. So I'm going to use the distinction in the hand of Camagel.
Perfect. Yes.
So I'd like to use my best value, but it doesn't really seem super great here. So my thoughts are fealty or wisdom. My fealty reads words are easily spoken, deeds are the measure of dedication. And then wisdom reads there's a difference between knowing what is right and wrong and knowing right and wrong. So
yeah, I mean, I could see an argument for either of them, but it does feel a little bit like a call to action.
Yeah. Radio there. Man, for roll, sage or warrior, it's not witch. Yes. Yes, warrior.
Yeah, I can see that again.
It is really a call to action, right? Like it
Yeah.
is. I mean,
We
this
have
is
to do
this is
something.
definitely the hand holding the sword speaking. Oh, so my signature asset, Camagel / Celestial, has the ability to spend a power point to step up my witch die or my warrior die. If the sword is sheathed, I can step up my witch die, and if it's out, I can step up my warrior die. And honestly, I don't know where it is right this second. So, but and then I'm actually gonna pull the Sir John relationship die on this. Because this sounds like it is probably recounting some lessons that he has given in the past about rousing speeches and duty above, self type of thing.
Yeah,
so
I can buy it for sure.
So that's what we're gonna go with. Again, it would have been stronger using the Ari die, but that's all right. So,
all right, let's roll it up.
All right, so no ones. 5, 5, and a 7. So it's gonna be a total of 12 with an effect by a D8 because they're all D8s. So.
Okay, so I got a 10 total. No effect die. So you got a 12 with a D8 effect die, you said? Okay. So that is because there is no effect die, that will wipe the remaining 2 D6s out of the pool of woe. So I think that when Dane is finished speaking, that there's a momentary kind of hush that falls over those gathered. Everybody seems to kind of be contemplating the words of this young man who is wise beyond his years. And it is the emissary, Orenhari, who actually breaks the silence. And she says, "If I may, there may be something to what this young man has said. The darkness that he has spoken of may already have spread here." There's kind of a snap to attention as the rest of the people turn to regard her words. She says, "The Bosun Irilis is in danger." Again, this is referencing the Greywood Grove. This grove, Ari, you would know, is actually the resting place of elven elders. That they are interred in the ground here. And when they are put into the ground, a tree is planted along with them. And that the trees that grow in this grove are sacred because they are the grave marker and the companion of the remains of elven elders going back thousands of years. She reports that the Greywood Grove is in danger. She says, 3 days ago, a child of Kirito blood wandered into the Bon Cirilis and unleashed a torrent of dark magic. And ever since, we have been unable to penetrate the barrier that he has summoned. That is where we're going to end our session. Okay. So, thank all of you very, very much. I know we ran a little bit over tonight, but this game is very special, not only because it is so long running, and the fact that I get to play it with all of you, but because we get to take this game in a lot of different directions, oftentimes within the same session, and that is, and none of you miss a beat when doing so. There is always room that is made for exploring all of those different emotions and all those highs and lows, yeah, it has made this story incredible thus far, and I'm eager to continue putting chapters into this book, as it were. So I'm going to pass things back over to all of my players so that they can give any parting words that they wish to, touch again on anything that they may have going on, and then we're going to call it an evening. So we will start in reverse order with Steve.
I have nothing. Other than I will say that the session right after we met Bodhi, I did say that he was gonna end up being a big bad guy, so I'm just saying. No, Jeremy, awesome game, man. I love this game. I love these people, so glad to be here, glad to play. It's fun, man. It's fun that so much of this this feels like you could be sitting here telling people like and talking to people about real things that happen to real people, right? Minus the whole like witches and dragons and stuff. But you know what I'm saying. So I love that aspect of it. Other than that, I got nothing. So yeah, thanks.
Yeah, man, I feel the exact same way. These people, we've lived with these people for so long that we have had the time to really develop what's going on in their lives, what's important to them, their motivations, their methods, and they feel like real people. They feel like characters from television shows that have been going on for season after season after season. They're very, very multi-dimensional, and it ramps up that empathy, that compassion, that every time they go through something difficult, we feel a ping of that. Every time that they have a triumph, we feel a little bit elation, a little bit of elation from that. It's really cool. It's one of the best parts about this hobby, and this game has it in spades, which is no small amount of pride for me. So thank you for being a part of that, for bringing that every time. All right, next up, speaking of no small amount of pride, we have Eli.
I likewise don't really have anything to plug tonight. Go to your local Renaissance fair if you get the opportunity. It's a good time. Yeah, this was another great session. It was fun. Like, I feel like this is kind of the first real solid look we got at elven culture, because our first chance we fucked up with a bunch of violence on our part. And so it was cool to like make some friends, and this isn't even Baneshial. That's kind of like a borderland community, this is like real elf shit, and it's cool. So yeah, I'm stoked to see where we go from here. I think it's going to be really fun to like kind of call back to the very beginning of our game in some ways. So yeah, I'm stoked.
Yeah, thank you, man. Very much. I wanted the elves in our campaign to feel drastically different than what we have grown accustomed to happening in Vykaril. I wanted there to be a very clear difference in the palette, that both those things bring. So I'm happy to hear that you feel like there has been a difference in the taste and the flavor of this. So I'm really excited to kind of get to what's coming next, and hopefully that stays the case. So, all right. Speaking of love the taste, I don't know where I'm going with this. Baron, you're next.
It got real creepy real quick. I'm
Welcome
Baron,
to the
I play
show.
Tord. We get creepy real quick. Just kind of echoing what everyone usually says after every game. It's always such a journey in each episode, 45 episodes in. I don't even know where I seen Tord going at the start of this, and I'm still in that same boat. I don't know where he's going to go. But there's certainly a lot of places he has been. And so until we find out where that resting spot is, I will be here next time.
Perfect. Absolutely. Yeah, man. Again, it's good, especially because like every character has had a bit of a chance, a bit of a chapter that kind of revolves a little bit around them. And because Ari is from such a distant place, hers had to kind of wait for a long time. I mean, God, 5 years. Karen has not really had a ton of her backstory worked into what we were doing. A little at the very beginning, and then it was kind of put on the back burner. So it's amazing to be able to get the chance to kind of open a fresh envelope, a fresh chapter, 5 years into a game, and still be finding new stuff, new things about the characters, and exploring that, and still hitting on, how deep some of this stuff goes. It's spectacular. And I appreciate the fact that all of you so willingly are able to slip into a supporting role whenever it's time for someone else to explore their character and their story kind of more in depth. All of you are very, very deft at doing that, and it certainly is a talent. It's a gift. So thank you. All right. Speaking of a talent and a gift, the very last but not least, Karen.
Oh, that's sweet. Thank you. I was glad my mic was muted when you said the last thing that the lady said, because I said some words.
Oh, not elven words?
Nope. Nope, they were real real human words, and they weren't very nice. And shit. Oh, it's gonna be, yeah. I have no words right now. This was great. Shit.
That'll suffice. That's fine. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I knew that this was gonna be a big bomb. So I'm glad to hear that it hit the right note. I'll say that much. Yeah, I cannot wait. I cannot wait to get to the rest of what is planned, and also to continue to be surprised by how all of you continue to shape this world as you go through these things that I throw your way. So thank you very, very much for being not just wonderful players, but also fantastic friends to share this crazy ass long journey with. It has been probably one of the highlights, one of the biggest highlights of my gaming career, beyond a doubt. If you happen to watch along with us this evening, thank you very, very much for tuning in and giving us some of your time. It is amazing that there are people out there that like to watch these musings that we do, and that gain some kind of entertainment and maybe even some education out of this. I know Cortex is not a system that a lot of people have played. It's not entirely a system that we have played necessarily, but we try. And that's the number one key factor, is that we try. But yeah, if you watch this, thank you so much for doing so. It really does mean a lot to me. If you would do me a favor, do the things that YouTube likes to see. Hit the like button, subscribe, share the link around, talk about it with your friends, etc., etc. You can find me on startplaying.com. You can find me on Ko-fi, whatever, however it's said. You can find me on DriveThruRPG if those are your kinds of things. What else? Kindness is a free action. It doesn't cost you anything to be nice to someone, and it could make an absolute difference in somebody else's day or life. You'd never know. And if it costs you nothing, and it could make all of the difference to someone else, then why not just be nice? The world certainly needs a lot more kindness in it. So please, 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 be nice. All right, we're going to go ahead and get out of here. But before we do, I'm going to do the thing that I do at the end of all of these, and that is to tell you, until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.
Teeth.